Good evening all. Another stream, and I think I've figured out what my issue was with the orange software failure error message that you might have seen on last night's stream. I think that particular fault is something to do with potentially running Workbench 3.1 on this machine that's got only a version 2 ROM. Maybe. The other thing I wanted to try and do was to install Workbench to this computer via the floppy disks, considering I'm running an A2000-HC+8 SCSI controller. HD Toolbox, for those who are unfamiliar with the Amiga, HD Toolbox is a piece of software that comes on the installer disk that detects your hard drives, and it wouldn't detect the hard drive. I know why now. That is a bit of a boon for me. I should have known. I remember doing this back in the day, but you know, there's a bit of time's gone by since I've done it. So yeah, thanks to a YouTube video that's only got like 700 views, is highly underproduced, unlike a lot of the other videos that I looked at that are highly produced, that don't even touch the subject very well at all. And I found a nice little video that was, as I say, very modest and but straight to the point, pretty much straight to the point, just led me straight to the issue. So I will show you what I've found so far. Got the Amiga 2000 here. We've got the 030 processor accelerator card here, and the SCSI card with RAM. Now, if I boot, I'm working with the Workbench 2.1, right? I've got a copy of Workbench 2.1 here. So I've basically just done away with 3.1 Workbench at this stage. I'm surprised that I had Workbench 3.1 running on this machine. With WHDLoad, it would run games, no problem. As soon as I went to run the ed software, you know, the edit software or directory opus, I got that orange software failure. And I'm wondering if it's something to do with not just having the right version of Workbench to match the ROMs. So I've got Workbench 2.1, I've got the Workbench 2.1 install disk here, I've got a copy of the Workbench 2.1 install disk, which I've edited, and I'll show you. It's pretty straightforward. You know, the Amiga Elite out there, or not even the Amiga Elite, but the Amiga users will know that this is, you know, what you have to do. But anyway, I'm working through it, and I'm no expert. Just labeling this disk. GVP, Great Valley Plains. Right. So let's first of all boot the Workbench 2.1 install disk. I've got my SCSI hard drive connected. It's formatted. All set to go. if my floppy disk drive is working properly, which this drive here, as you can see from the label, sometimes doesn't detect disks, I'm really just using it because I'm wondering whether exercising the drive might actually sort it. Seems to be booting fine there. Right, this is the bog standard 2.1 install. I will try and get you in as close as I can without it focus hunting here. If we have a look at the install disk, we've got a folder called HD Setup. Sorry, no, HD Tools drawer. And in the HD Tools drawer is HD Toolbox. Now, if I double click that, driver not installed, right? Nothing to select, can't format drives, can't partition them, can't do anything. Can't partition them mainly on this one. It's actually just partitioning mainly. You can low level format drive from here. Right. G'day Evil C. Nice to see you. I have made a bit of progress. One is potentially a brain fart. The other is just a matter of figuring out that I need the correct driver installed for the system. For the install disk, the Amiga Workbench 2.1 install disk, or 3.1 for that matter. I've tested it on that as well, to pick up the Great Valley Plains hard drive controller, SCSI hard drive controller, because out of the box, it doesn't see it, right? Potentially it's looking for a Commodore SCSI controller. So, if we no, it's not. I'll show you. I've got a modified Workbench 2.1 install disk here, right? And when I say modified, I mean barely modified. I mean, it's ridiculous how easy this is to sort out. I'll just boot again from that disk. So basically, you need to change, the information on the HD Toolbox file to load the driver, and the driver comes from the ROM from the GVP card. Once you know, it's piss easy. But man, I was up again till midnight last night. I watched. I was lurking on Carcinomi's stream. Yeah, so this is stuff that I've forgotten, right? But if we go HD Tools here, hey Fat Pooter, yeah, we do, don't we? If we go to HD Toolbox here and go to the information, right, I've added this here, SCSI _ device _ name equals GVP SCSI.device. It seems like a simple, well-known thing, but it just didn't click. I didn't get it, and it wasn't until I watched a video today on YouTube, and bam, that's it. That's all I have to do is add that line in here to the HD Toolbox, and bam, it's pretty, self-explanatory. Well, not self-explanatory, but if you know, you know. bam, there's the drive, right? There's the partitions, DH0, DH1, DH2. That's it. Guess what the problem, well, I haven't tested this yet, but guess what I think the issue was with the orange software failure screen when I tried to run ed or directory opus on this machine. Bearing in mind, here's a little hint, bearing in mind I was past tense, I was running Workbench 3.1. Guess what version of ROM I have in this machine? It's not 3.1. I assumed it was, right? Yeah. So, you know, when you see that splash screen, you know, and you get the boot screen when you've got no bootable devices, and it's nice purple with the Amiga tick mark and everything, and it looks, oh yeah, it's 3.1. No, have a close read, it's version fucking 2. I reckon that's, but the funny thing is that I had a Workbench 3.1 install on this HP drive that's connected to this machine here, running WHDLoad, and it was the games were running, right? No problem. Try and run ed or bloody directory opus, and you get that orange software failure. I haven't tested the theory, but it's got to be that, right? So I've got a bunch of 2.1 Workbench disks. I'm going to install manually, old school, from the floppies, Workbench 2.1 onto a friggin' SCSI drive, that SCSI drive there. And then I'll work on putting WHDLoad on and transferring some games and bits and pieces. So yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, well that makes sense in that case, right? What we need then is WHDLoad for directory opus, eh? Yeah, I know. That's why I assumed that this was a bloody 3.1 ROM. And I think we even talked about it the other night. You were like, oh yeah, I think you've got 3.1 ROMs in all your Amiga 2000s. Well, no, I don't. And I thought I did, you know, when you said, I thought, yeah, there might be, I'm not 100% sure actually, but I need to be careful of that. So that is interesting. So what I can do now is I'll run through the Workbench install. I'm pretty happy with that. I think what I'll do is just format this system disk. That is my flaky floppy disk playing up there. Probably shouldn't use this floppy disk drive, considering its flakiness. Just going to give my camera something to focus on there, look there, maybe it'll focus on that there. Look. Quick format that. Yep, okay. So yeah, Yep, so basically that folder's got all the kickstarts required, right? So there I have my system. If I go to HD setup, here we go. HD setup lets you perform various hard drive setup tasks. You must own one of the following hardware components in order to use this program. Well, I have none of the above in this computer, but I guess that's... Partition hard drive. Turn reselection on. Turn reselection... I don't even know what that means. If I just choose partition hard drive, actually, this is HD setup. I'm going to abort this. Maybe I want this, install 2.1. Here we go. I'm just going to go with novice because I think everything's correct as far as... Yeah, it does know. Do you want to update installed in the games drawer? Do you want to update installed in the games drawer? No. What? Wait, your workbench files appear to be located in the games drawer. All of these partitions are empty. They've been just formatted. I'll choose no. Show drives. I'll say system here. Proceed. Workbench version 2.1 to be installed. So you're going to chuck it in DF2. Yep. So I could do this in WinUAE if I wanted to do it a lot quicker, I'm sure, and then just image the... Well, I could pull the... As you know, I can pull the SCSI drive off, slave it onto old Stormy down here, and crank up WinUAE, mount the physical SCSI drive, and do this a lot faster. But I'm going old school today. I better find the rest of those Workbench 2.1 discs. I do have the originals, but I don't have them here. I've got, actually, right here, this, which, hang on, extras. Hey, do I have extras? Got 2 copies of fonts. That's not helpful. I've got the version 2.04 extras. Don't I have a 2.1 extras? 2.05. Oh, here we go, 2.1. Boot, install, extras 2.1. Here we go. You've probably seen this, but I bought this, not this specific one. The discs I've taken out of here, but I bought this when I had an Amiga 500 with a 1.3 ROM. I bought this, and it's just the chunkiest, nicest manual you'll come across. I mean, the massive ring binding here, you know, the massive ring binding, and these pages are the highest quality, you know, glossy. I've got a faulty disc. I think I've got a faulty disc. Do I have another extras disc? That could throw a spanner in the works, couldn't it? Extras, what's this one? 2.0. That's going to be a problem. I wonder if I just whack in a different version, it's going to grab a different version of whatever file it's looking for, right? Or I guess the volume name is going to be different as well, isn't it? Extras. It may not like this. I'm putting in the extras 2.05. I might have to go and grab the original. Problem, copying files, unable to locate. Yeah, that's potentially going to be a problem. So it's just canned me out of there. That's a bugger. To find a 2.1 extras, I've got. Actually, I could plug in my GoTech. But do I have ADF's 2.1? That's the other question. Or do I just put in, do I just install 2.05 or something, which I think I've got a bunch of discs here, 2.05. Right. So I'm just going to boot with the Workbench 2.05 install disk. Yeah, this manual is superb. Really, really nice. So it goes through the basics, and you've got an Amiga DOS, references, editors, AREX, you know. It's substantial. It's very nice. I've got a boxed version of that as well. Your extras disc will be required. Extras 2.05. Oh yeah, Amiga 600 version. So what do we want here? We want 13, yeah. A300 American. Oh, zero. A300 American. That's the machine that was never released, eh? Wasn't the Amiga 600 going to be the A300? Because they wanted it down below the A500, but then marketing department got hold of it and decided to change it to A600. Okay, and then I just need to make that quick change to my install disk here. Ah, 8 tools, what's in here? These tools are different. Oh, there's HD Toolbox there. Information here. I'm assuming that disk is writable. No, install disk is not writable. I better just put a note that I've changed it. Just so that I know it's not an original 2.05 disk, you know, non-molested is what I mean. So, HD Toolbox. Yep, that's good. Everything's good there. Actually, I will format that quickly again, because I just don't want any hangovers from a previous install. Oh yeah, okay. I think I've got 2.04 as well, but this will do. install HD. I guess I can do an in-place over-the-top install if I wanted to go. Oh, hard disk cannot be found. Do I need to put that same? Oh, this is for the A600 HD. I wonder if I need to put that same line in there, do you think? If this doesn't work, I won't mess around too long with it. I'll just get a decent copy of that extras disk for the 2.10. Is that going to work? No. Hard disk cannot be found. It doesn't like it, eh? Just delete that. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, but I thought maybe putting that driver in might have worked. Okay, so that's not going to work. I'll just remove this line here from the toolbox there. Just messing around with copies of original discs. And don't want to cause myself any issues further down the line. So I need to get a decent copy of that 2.1 version, or do I put 2.04 on, as you suggested, you know, for a late Amiga 2000? Do I have 2.04? I do. But I don't know if I've got the install disk. .04. I think I need to copy some disks. I've got 2.04, but there doesn't appear to be an install extras fonts. Yeah. Okay, so I need to go and grab my original discs just to get a copy. Back in a second. Better take my torch with me, it's a bit dark out there. just looking at 2.04. 2.04 workbench extras install 2.04. Tempted to go for 2.04, you know. There's 2.05 there. 2.1, 1.2, 2.05, 2.05, 2.1, some Amiga 600 stuff. Tempted to go for this here, 2.04. Yeah. Probably came, what would that have come? Probably came with the bloody Amiga haul that I got, I would assume. That'll be the Amiga 500, yeah. Got these here as well. Yeah. I didn't get that Amiga pickup I got, I didn't get an Amiga 1000 with that haul. But yeah, so this is Amiga 500 stuff, right? Pack-in games. This is the pack-in game, you know, this is the pack-in that I remember. Kind Words, FA18 Interceptor, Kind Words, Fusion Paint, Kind Words, and I'm pretty sure it had like a Indiana Jones game, which is, I think from memory, pretty shit. Version 3, Amiga 500, Deluxe Paint 2, this is pack-in. Ports of Call, so maybe this is the one that I had. Ports of Call, Kind Words. These are sort of older Amiga 500 pack-ins, I think. 2.05, Workbench 1.2, 1.1. There's another Kickstart. What's that? It's version 1.1 Kickstart. Amiga 600 pack-in here. Kind Words, Fusion Paint. .05, 2.04. Ports of Call. Amiga 600. And then I've got, you know, Amiga Forever, Workbench 3.1s. But anyway, we're looking for copying these 2.04s. I'm fairly reluctant to use the original discs for doing an install like this. If I can get as many of the copies of 2.04 together, I think I just need the install. That one. I'll take a quick copy of that install disk. I've got a box of discs that I've formatted and double checked. This is why I like having a stash of formatted known good discs as far as I know. Hey Cassie. Well, basically I'm installing Workbench. Yay. Workbench 2. I've decided on 2.04. You were streaming last night, so you probably didn't see all the bloody carry-on that was going on. Basically, I was getting a software error on this Amiga 2000, which I've got a SCSI drive. Yeah, because, well, it's an Amiga 2000. I was putting 2.1 on. Promise, I was putting 2.1 on, but I've got a faulty extras disk. So we were discussing what's the appropriate version to put onto an Amiga 2000, and closest we could think of was 2.04. For, you know, why not, right? Give me a good reason. And if you give me a good reason, I'll find a good 2.1 extras disk that I can copy. But at this stage, yeah, I've got physical disks here. I'm sort of on a working with physicals here. I've got 2.1 extras, I think, somewhere. If not, I think I've got it on ADF, but yeah. Do I have it? Do I have it? 2.1 extras. See, I'm going real old school. Original discs. 2.1, here we go. Extras was the faulty disc. Yeah, we were just talking about, oh, you know, what's appropriate for an Amiga 2000, you know. Either or, really, isn't it? But I mean, what would the 2.1 been? What computer would have been released with 2.1? Next question. Yeah. The 2.1 install wasn't happy because you got to remember I got a GVP in this machine. Was it the 2.1? Yeah, one of them wasn't happy. Let's just try this one. Where did I put that disk I was going to copy? That one will do. I've got a little bit of a flaky floppy drive here on DF0. Sometimes doesn't detect the disk. That'll be it there, I'm pretty sure. Is that right? Oh no, that's my system. Yeah, 2.05. Wasn't happy, was it? Yeah. I even tried putting the correct driver into the installer. It didn't like it. Okay. Do we have any? I probably should use a floppy drive that's working properly. There we go. So I just want to copy that extras disk there. Hey, it's like an X copy stream. What? Destination is write protected. Yeah, this drive is flaky. No, I don't trust that disk. So, Cassie, just to give you an update on last night. So, I built up a Workbench 3.1 with... Let me put my mic back on. Update. I've been running this computer. This is the computer with the 030 accelerator, and it's got the GVP A2000 HC plus 8. I've been, destination is write protected again. Hang on. Error. No disk. Yeah, this disk drive needs to go. This disk drive needs to be changed out. While I do that, I'll chat about what I had. I've been messing around with physical SCSI drives and hooking them up to my old Stormy down here. This is Stormy. The reason it's called Stormy, I'm not sure if you know this, but it's a Cooler Master Storm case, right? I've called it Stormy, right? This is my box that I use with, it's got the SCSI card in it. I've been messing around with building up installs in WinUAE and dumping them onto physical SCSI drives. Works really well. I've got that procedure down pat. Absolutely no worries. I've got WHDLoad working, I've got the games running in WHDLoad that I want. It's Workbench 3.1. And I plug that hard drive into this physical Amiga 2000 and merrily use Workbench 3.1, WHDLoad, run my games, everything's happy. until I went to run ed. No, first of all, I went to run, I installed directory Opus 5, which I've got the original discs for. Yeah. I installed directory Opus 5 on the physical computer with the Workbench 3.1. I got that orange sort of yellow software failure screen. I'll show you exactly what it looked like. And so, you know, there were some other things I wanted to do. I wanted to edit some files. And so I tried ed, right? I just wanted to run ed. Same thing. This. Recoverable alert, right? That, when I was running Dopus and ed, just plain old bloody ed to edit a file, which you do every day, right? That, and I was like scratching my head. I think I've figured it out. I was assuming that this computer, which you can't quite see here, this one, I was assuming it was a bloody 3.1 ROM. It's not. It's a version 2 ROM. And I'm wondering if that's what's causing this. So that's why I'm putting version 2 on, right? Fun, fun. And so I was trying to install Workbench 2.1 before, and I found I've got no extras disk, or it was faulty or something. Yeah. Yeah, no extras. I didn't have a copy of the extras disk. Yeah. But, you know, old, I just, for some reason, I just assumed that this had a 3.1 ROM in it. And if you look at the boot screen on the 3.1 versus the 2.0 ROM, I think they look fairly similar. The colors are fairly similar, and I just didn't read it properly. It wasn't actually on my radar. I kind of just assumed that all of these Amiga 2000s I had upgraded to 3.1, but I hadn't. I was really scratching my head about it today. I was sort of just messing around, and then I thought, I'll double check that ROM, you know, because maybe it's just that. Oh yeah. Yeah, I must drag out my 1200s at some stage. I was thinking about that bloody Tanks Ferry, you know, that I tried to get running the other night, and I think it requires a bootable CD-ROM drive. I think I have to drag out the old Squirrel with the A1200. I must go through my A1200s. I had 4 of them. I sold one. I sold one to a guy in Australia sort of early-ish on, when I was involved with Amigos, and you know, I think I sold it for what I paid for it, and you know, charged him shipping and that. I think I sold it for 400, 450 or something like that, and then put shipping on. I know they're worth a bit more than that now, but I picked up another one. I picked up an A1200 in Gore, of all places, you know, when I was down there on holiday. I was down central, Gore wasn't too far off the beaten track when I was heading from Central to Dunedin, and picked up an A1200 from Gore. So I've got 4 A1200s. So I don't know whether they probably need to be inspected as far as recapping, etc. goes. But yeah, I'll probably look at getting rid of a couple of those at some stage. I should have actually got rid of those to... Oh yeah. I wonder if it's the same bloke. He's got quite a bit of Amiga stuff. Yeah. Save up for the private jet. Right, so we want the version 2.1 extras is what I was looking for. That's that one in the drive, is it? Yes. Extras 2.1, that's the one. Extras. Oh, what? Why am I having these issues with this? It says it's write protected. DF1. That's weird. I picked up a 600 the other day actually. It's this one here. I'll grab it. It's in pretty good nick, except I know that the caps are going in it because the sound fails. So it definitely needs recapping, that one. So that's a little mission. I've got this board here to play around with. I just picked it up from the recycle centre. It's just an old, it's a router board, but it's got a couple of surface mount caps on. It's going to have a wee play with, recapping just on a, yeah, little big mission, all right. It's going to have a wee play with using the hot air. The old hot air method, Captain tape and maybe even some little bit of tin foil, maybe to try and protect some areas, especially when you're close up, to this area here. Something like this anyway, like the keyboard connector on the A600. It's pretty hard to get down in between there. So yeah, that's the plan. Have a wee sort of play with this and practice my cap removal. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty tight, all right. Okay, there's my 2.1 extras disc copied. Yeah, 600, I've done a 600 before, it's pretty nasty. I actually removed the keyboard connector. It sounds drastic. I removed the keyboard connector and got to those caps that are right beside it and just resoldered it back in. Yeah, I saw Jan's video on that. Pretty handy. Okay, we've got 2.1 extras copy there now. Let's label that. Extras. Now we need the 2.1 install. Do I have all of that? Yes, I do. This is the install. And I need to change the driver. All right. Fonts locale. Okay. So this is the other problem I was having, Cassie. Go to HD Toolbox. And you'll know straight away what the problem is. I assume you will. I mean, you know, right? Driver not installed. The driver is in the ROM of the GVP, right? So to go here and add this line. And I've seen this done before when setting up WHDLoad on compact flash cards for, you know, the Amiga 1200, things like that. It's not rocket science, but it just didn't occur to me. Oops. Until I saw it in a video. Oops. SCSI device name equals GVP SCSI dot device, and you enter, save that, except it's write protected. Yep, that's it. Open HD Toolbox, and if everything's happy, it's there, right? And my drive's set up, everything's partitioned, everything's formatted. Yeah. So I didn't have hard drives with my Amigas back in the day, but I do now, and so I'm getting my head around this stuff. The problem with the 2.04, I think, wasn't it, Evil C, that we tried before, when I ran the installer, it didn't detect the drive, whereas this does. Once you change that HD Toolbox, once you add the driver in to the HD Toolbox, then the installer's happy. I don't know why it wants to install it in games. Workbench. Extras, there we go, Workbench. Oh, okay, yeah, well it's got partitions on it, like 400 and something and a couple of 700s, so yeah. Yeah. So I did a sanity check today. I created a brand new installer 3.1 in WinUAE, brand new, clean as clean can be, on the physical hard drive, and I just, as soon as it was done, instantly installed it into the physical Amiga, and software, or that a recoverable error message straight away, and that's what led me to thinking it's either some sort of compatibility issue with, I don't know, the accelerator or something. I took the accelerator out, had the same issue. That's when I thought, better check that ROM. That's when I found it was a bloody version 2 ROM. And of course, WHDLoad will work, right? Because it's using ROMs from the hard drive, basically, isn't it? So yeah, I've been chasing my tail a little bit. But it's all good, learning experience, and I've put it down to learning experience, and I've been documenting it so that I don't make the same mistake again, hopefully. That's the wrong one. Extras, there we go. Yeah. I did a bit of messing around with installing 1.3 when I was experimenting with an A590. In fact, I did a video on it for Amigos. So I had an A590. I disconnected the internal hard drive, and I plugged in a SCSI zip drive to the rear, and I suspect it might work with this as well because it's got an external SCSI connector. And I actually managed to get the system booting from the SCSI zip drive, you know, booting the OS 1.3. But I seem to remember there was an issue, although it would boot and everything seemed fine, from memory there was something similar to what I've got here, or what I had here, where you try and do something simple like an ed command and it would throw an error. Yeah. Yeah, they were making huge leaps, eh? It's just, and you don't realise it until you go back and try and use some of it. It's quite a complicated subject, really. You know, when you delve into all the different, not just the operating systems, but the ROM versions and different ROMs that are available on different cards and things like that. So I watched Gadget UK's video today on. Initially started out trying to install a SCSI CD-ROM because that's what I wanted to try and do. And I hooked up the SCSI CD-ROM and I put the driver into the appropriate place, but it doesn't see it. And I watched his video, and at the start there he was basically going through the same procedure I was, and he basically at the start anyway, he gave up. Unable to locate a file or draw. Copy files. I hate how if it comes across an error, it just cans out like that. You know, so it came across one error, something to do with Australia on the locale disk, and it just canned out. But I guess it's enough to check this system to see if it boots and runs id, eh? There we go. Moment of truth. You shall id, I don't know, temp. Yep. So that was just stupid me not realizing that I didn't have a 3.1 ROM. It didn't register. I was banging my head against the wall last night. Anyway, so now yeah, that locale disk, I've got a couple of copies of that locale one, but what I want to know is, I mean, do I just rerun the installer and just run over the top of what I've already done using a different locale disk? Or, I mean, what else do I need? There's fonts to go on, right? What else is there? Storage. Storage is not on. Just organising my disks here, it's a bit of a mess. In fact, what I can do is I can run the installer through WinUAE, right? And just get it installed that way, and then just whack the drive back into the physical Amiga. Or shall I have another go at it? Just go over the top. Yeah, these floppy drives are a little bit funny. It keeps telling me it's write protected. That's the second drive in there that's playing up like that. Yeah, I've done that already. This one's a bit funny too. So yeah, I don't think I've done it to this drive, but the previous one I definitely had. But this drive could do with it. Actually wondering if I should use a different drive. Because that might be why the install is failing as well, eh? Yeah, see, it's just disappeared there. Yeah. Let's get another drive in here. So that definitely needs the old treatment. Needs the old switch clean treatment. What else have I got here? What's this? The quicker and smarter way to do this would be to remove the SCSI drive and whack it onto Stormy and do the install, but I'm a tiger for punishment. It's going old school. That'll boot. So let's chuck that in. That's better. Yeah, easy's too easy. I'm going old school. It's a good chance to actually test these floppy disk drives out as well. That's my excuse. Bugger it, I'm just going to format that again. Yeah, 472 meg partition here for the system. You know, which is overkill, right? But just make sure that this detects the drive here. Oh yeah? Yeah. It's just over the top, isn't it? Anyway. It probably only needs to be, what do you reckon, for a system drive on an Amiga? Got plenty of room to move. Workbench, and then it's going to ask for extras, right? Probably. Well, I can always use it for storing stuff, eh? You should see the floppy drive setup I've got here at the moment. So that's DF0, that's DF1, and down here I've got DF2 external with my SCSI drive sitting on top there. So that drive is sometimes not detecting the disk, and I've tried the old contact cleaner in that one and exercised the switch, but doesn't seem to help. So I think last time it gave up on locale. Oh yeah, no, I've got plenty of drives. Yeah, it's just I'm sort of in the process of going through testing them all. I've got a couple sitting in an Amiga 2000 up there, and I've got a bunch in a box behind me here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got enough copies to fill up my Amigas. I'm not 100% sure about that actually. So yeah, I mean, at some stage I might be after spares, but we'll see how it goes. Next mission will be to hook up a dot matrix printer, eh? Yeah, I've got a few that are missing the flaps on them. Okay, here we go, locale. I think it got to Australia last time. There we go, same. Problem with source file / draw, DOS error. Yep, so a lot of the ones I've got have got flaps. Yeah, quite a few of them have got flaps. The other ones that don't have flaps, you can see where they've got the little indentation for the hinge there, and it's almost like either the doors come off or maybe it didn't come with them to start with. Not 100% sure. How much of a problem do you think this is where the locale, I mean, it's copying different, it wasn't, I chose English as a language, and for some reason it tries to install or copy files down for other languages, but it gets to Australia and then fails with this, 2 different disks. So basically the fonts aren't installed because it hasn't even got to the point where it asks for the fonts disk, and this stupid installer just crashes, right? Well, it doesn't crash, it just quits. So I'm not sure whether I would trust this or whether I just manually copy the fonts in. Yeah. But that's 2 different media, right? 2 different copies of 2.1 locale disk. But I guess I could have copied a bad disk. That's the other possibility. But yep. I'm not sure I've got the ADFs for it. Actually, do I have an original 2.1 locale disk? Let me see. Because maybe it just needs recopying. Yeah, I do have an original locale disk. And I will copy that to a new disk. Oh yeah, because it needs the workbench disk, does it? maybe I should boot off the hard drive. It wants the install disk as well. Bugger it, I'll just boot off the hard drive. Whew. Okay, so why do we not have hard drive bootable system? It's trying to boot, just not finishing. There it goes. I guess some of these disks could be different, what would you call it, subversions of 2.1 or different releases of 2.1. Would that matter if you didn't have a matching set of, you know, the same release of 2.1? Or could you mix and match? So maybe I've got mismatching locale disk. But I'm just trying, the last option now is just before I go copying a full set of ADFs is that I'm just copying from the original disk that I've got here. This is probably the one that I copied originally, which is a copy. You know, it's not, I don't know what version as such that is a copy of. That is before my time, and I've probably just copied that, and that's to this, and the one that I copied both failed, but we'll see what happens with this here. So not that one. Boot from this. Yep. Not that one. Yep. Right, I wonder if that's what's tripping this up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need to get a bit more organised with my ADFs and things like that. I've got a grease weasel as well, so there's no reason why I can't image these discs, you know. Then I guess if you've got faulty discs, you could be imaging faulty discs. Although I'm sure the grease weasel would, it would verify any sort of read issues and whatnot, wouldn't it? Not verify, I mean, you know, you would know if it was a faulty disk, I'm sure. Yeah. I need to get around to firmware upgrading my Gotex as well. It's another little project on the cards. Oh yeah, yep. That would be a really good way of checking it, eh? Compare the CRCs. Third time lucky. Which languages should be installed? English. Proceed. Install locale. It's a workbench installation stream. It's got to get past Australia. Yep, look at that. Works. So those locale disks aren't compatible with this version, or something's not right. Fonts. Let's hope the fonts one is correct. I'm tempted to put those into the format and, you know, chuck them in the formatted disk drawer for later use. Okay, oh well, I feel like I'm making some progress here. Here's the manual for directory Opus 5. good bedtime reading. Right, installation complete. Now remove the install disk and proceed. And we should have a bootable hard drive here. Yay, there we go. And we've even got the right system icon there. It's looking good, eh? Looking good. All right. So I was going to put directory opus on here because it is a nice copying, file copying utility. Although I used to use command line quite a bit back in the day. But I've kind of gotten a little bit rusty on the old command line. The original directory opus discs. There's the Opus 5 and Opus 5.11 update. This has got the facility to deal with LHAs out of the box as well, you know. So it'll make it easier for installing WHDLoad, etc., etc. So I've got a good set of Workbench 2.1 discs there. Pretty handy. Now I just have to read up my notes on installing WHDLoad. In fact, what I might do is plugged the SCSI drive into old Stormy, and configure it there. Okay, this is serialized. G'day Neo, how you going? Good to see you. It's not overly exciting, I can tell you that, but it's exciting for me. I've figured out, I've figured out some issues that I was having last night with in a nutshell, a very quick nutshell. Silly old me didn't realise I was running version 2.0 ROM on this Amiga, and I was running Workbench 3.1, hence the recoverable errors. So that's dealt with. I've put 2.1 on, I've just installed 2.1 on the Amiga here, and the other thing was to get 2.1 installed, I needed to change the driver for the HD toolbox so that it saw the GVP SCSI card. Yeah. So that's, in a nutshell, that's what I've achieved tonight. Just having a quick look to see whether I've got the serial number for this directory opus here. Got a funny feeling that I did save it. Maybe I didn't. Not sure about this. Yeah, so I really want to put 3.5 on one of my Amiga 2000s. So that's handy to know. And as you know, I've got the 3.9 CD. Okay. I will bear that in mind. Oops. I better not give away my serial number. See if I could find it. I thought it would be in the manual. Anyway. I'll figure that out at some stage. It doesn't really matter. It just gives you a slight delay when you try and run it. I've got the 5.11 update here as well. I guess I can probably look up online for a serial number if I get stuck. I own it, so you know, it's not like I'd be pirating it if I grabbed a serial number from somewhere else. So, Kelsey, with that 3.5, right, you create the 3.9 recovery floppy, which I think I've got, and then you boot from it, right? I take it. But is the 3.5 actually on the CD, the 3.9 CD? I take it it's an option, is it, when you boot your recovery floppy with the CD installed, that you get the option to install 3.9 or 3.5. That'd be worth having to play with. Oh yeah. I have to get a CD-ROM working in this computer. Or I have to upgrade the ROM, right? I might just pull a ROM out of another machine. 3.1. Upgrade this. This deserves to have a 3.1 ROM in it. Although version 2 does bring back memories for me. Here's the AREX WHDLoad archive installer. Okay, it's been unarchived into your current Dopus 5 drawer. Once you've finished installation, open the Dopus 5 WHDLoad directory and double click on the install WHDLoad. Unable to. Okay, let's try that reboot, as it's suggested. Oh yeah. Unable to open your tool installer. Oh, I need to install the installer, don't I? Yep. This is where I will install the hard drive into my Stormy and do the rest of the installation through WHDLoad. WHDLoad. What's it called? Amiga. The Amiga emulator. In fact, I'm tempted to take an image of this hard drive as it is, clean, and just in case I cock something up. Yeah. Yeah, so part of the instructions for installing WHDLoad is to install the installer. I'm just hoping it's all sort of compatible with this version 2. Okay. Let's crank up this computer down here. This is my setup. Yeah. She's always like, oh, what do you want for Christmas, or what do you want for your birthday? And it's like, well, quite keen on getting such and such. She's like, where am I going to find one of those? I don't really, I'll say, oh, I don't really need anything, which I don't. Unless it comes to retro computers, and there's all sorts of stuff that I need, right? But where do you find all this stuff? Put it on your watch list, trade me. That the Pet sold for, what was it, 1,600 or something? I didn't think it was too bad, considering you get all the bits and pieces with it. We're about to try it. About to find out, mate. Let's see. Yeah, you can just about guarantee that Tez's machines are, you know, they're going to be good, right? Okay, so I'm going to image this disk. As it is. It's my starting location. Right, it's my start. So I've got that one. I'm just going to rename that to old because I don't want that one necessarily. I can come back to that one. But if I use WinImage here, and go to disk, restore virtual hard disk image on, create virtual hard disk image from physical drive. We tick non-removable, we select the HP SCSI, and then we dump it to and I'll call it Workbench 2.1 clean will do. Yeah, the pet is so cool. The one he was selling is pretty cool. But I think there's an older one. It looks even cooler. It's kind of even more retro looking. There's something about that screen, eh? Very cool. Yeah. Yeah, I like the look of the old one. Speaking of chiclet, oh no, it's even worse, eh? It's worse than chiclet keyboard. I actually typed programs in on one of these, you know, program listings. Thankfully, they had the old keywords. Terrible Muriel. But man, I was so excited. That was my very first computer. Not this particular one. but a ZX81 1K. I had the 16K RAM upgrade for it. I was so happy with that computer. I messed around with a bit of basic programming, you know, worked my way through the ZX81 manual, which is quite a good manual actually. I learnt a lot from that, and then upgraded to the Specky and learnt a lot from that as well. Yeah, there were some keyboard attachments for the ZX81 which I've got around somewhere, but there was like a chiclet kind of overlay that went on top of the flat, you know, membrane. Probably just about worse than the flat membrane. No, not quite. Pretty bad. Still worse than the dead flesh of the Spectrum. Spectrum, I didn't find too bad. The Dick Smith Wizard was the same, so I think I've shown you that. It's similar sort of membrane type keys. Pretty nasty. Where the hell did I put my Wizard? Maybe I stacked it away. Oh, I bought a Mavica. I bought one of these in the box, etc. Not sure it's the same model. This here. I bought another one of these. It looks in pretty good condition. This one works. In fact, the battery still holds a charge. I've got the charger for it. Pretty hilarious to play around with, eh? Go out and get some shots. 10 times digital, 10 times zoom. Pretty neat to play around with. Yeah, she's dead flat. Oh yeah, have you got the older one? Yeah, it's still got the battery in it. Pretty sure I got the charger for it somewhere. I should switch that charger out because I want to have another wee play with this. Oh, actually, I think the new one might have a charger, so that's probably compatible. So I picked that up on Friday. This one's, I'd say, had a fair bit of use. It's even got a... Just love it, eh? Floppy drive digital camera. Just love it. Okay, that's the image done here. That's a nice little program, that one. That it's called Disk Imager or something, isn't it? WinImage. So I've got to clean there. If I just copy that again. And let's call that WHDLoad. And, well, in fact, what I should do is just work on the physical drive. That's what I will do. And that way I don't have to dick around re-imaging it back again. And if I cock it up, if something goes wrong, I can just re-image that clean. So I've got a config here. That one, load. It's picked up my drive, and I can add a directory. Oh yeah, the memory stack as well as a floppy. That'd be pretty handy, Fat Peter. Pretty handy. What the hell's going on here? Why is this not booting? Why is this not booting? Maybe remove that drive, just try it. Or re-add that hard drive just to make sure. Okay. Video camera. Awesome. Hello. Yeah. Yes. Thought I had. Yeah. GVP Series 2. I didn't have to have that in previous. If I save that. Previous attempts, I've not had to have that SCSI controller. Okay. Let's try mounting that backup file, hard file. Bootable. Huh. I had this running. Hang on. Ah. 2 point. I just need a 2 ROM, right? what the hell's going on here. It doesn't like it. Cheers, Fat Pooter. Thanks for calling in. Oh, how you doing, Into? I didn't see you there in the chat. For some reason this bloody hard drive's not booting. I'm tempted to... I mean, it's definitely booting in the physical system, but it doesn't want to boot here, I tell you. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's all good. What is going on here? SCSI controller, GVP Series 2. ROM disabled, maybe, I don't know. And that's the ID, will it be? Controller ID, shouldn't matter. I used to be able to boot this, right? Well, no, only when I had the 3.1 on it, right? But I could boot it without any dicking around. Oh, okay. Why would I need it now but not before? I mean, I was running 3.1 before, perfectly fine on this. I didn't have to have this controller in here at all. It would just boot. No questions asked. Is it because I'm running version 2 now? I don't know. Okay, we'll try that ROM. See if that works. But like if I load I don't know, load this one here. And I've got a test OS 3.1 here. I'll take that off. Start it. Yeah, Bingo. No questions asked. Oh, it's good to know too, though. I've got all of my WHDLoad games that I wanted. Just a select bunch of games. It's handy to know that they're still on this install here. Oh no, maybe not all of them at all. No, it's only a small set. Anyway, that's easy enough to copy across. So if I just mount that hard drive, add a physical hard drive to this very computer, emulate it, and remove that test OS 3.1. Look, it's working. So it's something to do with my config, my emulator config. Go figure. I don't know. That's weird. So if I change that to an 030, CPU frequency, I'll just go down to 1. It's 2 times 7 megahertz. This is a 25 megahertz machine. Anyway, MMU, I've got an FPU 6882. Let's just see if that works. Yep, it does. Okay, interesting. Chipset is ECS ECS Denise, was it? Yep. No, ECS Agnes. I'm just trying to make this close as possible. Chipset A2000. Reset until it craps out. Yeah, 8 times, okay. ROM, I've got up here 3.1. I want to do 2.05, is that what? I'm just changing stuff until it breaks. So it's ECS Agnes, so this is what Sysinfo reports, ECS Agnes and a standard Denise. Does that mean that's not full ECS, is it? RAM, well, that's close enough. I'll drop that down to what it actually is. Expansions. Oh look, I've got an IDE controller here. IDE controller. I wonder if that's what the difference is. You know, it's not IDE, it's SCSI, but I mean, try this reset again. That's all happy. And then let's just take this back to built-in. No, it's still happy. It's weird, eh? Okay, so I will save that as this WHDLoad A2000. That is already exists, replace it, yes, why not? And then go here, load that, make sure that the hard drive's enabled, yep, start. Bingo, works. It has no bearing on it anyway, so there must have been something in that setup that I had it didn't like. I don't know what it was, but anyway, it's working, which is good. I just need to add in my PC drive. Okay, reset. Ha. No, it's this bloody PC. Hang on a second. It's the directory or archive that I've added. Yeah, it's that. It doesn't like this. If I go directory archive, or maybe it doesn't like that volume label. I don't know. Let's just try it. Oh, because PC0 is going to be that's going to be the DOS driver for the floppy drive, isn't it? Cross DOS. Let's try this. No. Hey, it doesn't like this, eh? It doesn't like this PC share. Boot priority 0. Don't I need to make that like -128? Gives it a lower priority, doesn't it? There we go. Okay. Rightio. Note to self. Even though I didn't have bootable ticked, right? It's trying to boot off that. I don't know. Weird. Right, now I need to save that. Config. Save that. And now yeah. Installer. Here we go. Installer 43_3. What do I do now? Copy that to C, isn't it? Copy that to C. I'm running from memory here. System. running from my faulty memory. Whack that in there, and a good test for it will be to see whether this Dopus LHA installs. There we go. Okay. Install the toolbar. Yes. Proceed. Proceed. Okay. So installer is working. Now for WHDLoad, not there. Don't I need to dump the kickstarts in? I need to dump the kickstarts in somewhere, don't I? Oh, I need to run this too, don't I? Right, I just need to quickly refer to my notes here. Extract WHDLoad and run the installer, and I think you can do that basically into RAM, right? Yep. Yep. And you can do that into RAM. So I could use Dopus for this, right? But I can actually just, I know with the later versions you can double click on that LHA and command line will allow you to fill in, you know, the destination. But anyway, I could use directory opus, couldn't I? Except I'll probably flail around in there. Okay, so PC, is that? Yep. Ports of call. I've got ports of call already on another drive, so I'll mount that. I'll copy stuff across. Okay, so RAM, and then we just run the installer from here. Yeah. And it wants to put it into C, yeah? Just choose the defaults, I think, from memory. It doesn't know about help. Hopefully that didn't prematurely fail, as in I think it was just copying help files. I haven't had it fail like that before. Now we should just be able to run WHDLoad games here. Ports of calls, kind of like, Elite, except instead of spaceships, it's just normal ships, and yet there's no battle. Yeah. So I think that if I mount up this other drive that I've got, I'm just going to put these over here because to save confusion, these are my actual hard drive drawers here, and if I snapshot that, just snapshot all, and then we go out here and I can add a hard file which I've got some of these WHDLoad games on. Just under here I've got a 3.1. Yep. Oh, I should take bootable off there. Properties, bootable, no. Okay, reset. Games. Hey, I thought I had games in this one. Ah. Actually, if I just load this image here, remove that and add a hard file. This is part of Zeb's image reset. Should be able to just copy them directly from here. Oh, I've got some sort of path issue there, haven't I? WHDLoad, okay, P. Using a bloody touchpad to do this is painful. Seriously? Just I'm trying to think of the dates. Challenger, it's 80s, was it? What's, yeah. Does this run? Let's see. Nope. Oh, okay. So I've got to put the kickstarts in, yeah? Devs, into the devs folder. That's what I missed. Actually, I also wanted that Hippo player. Might as well grab that while I'm here. PC, kickstarts. that one into devs. Not that devs, the other devs. This one over here. Kickstarts. I think I've still got that error message up, haven't I? Yep. Retry. Do I still not have the right? Hang on. Yeah, so we're missing something here. Kickstarts, PC. I seem to remember having to grab this. Oh, it's looking for an RTB file. 34005 A500.RTB. Do I just rename this? Yeah, I would have thought they would be. Did they have to be renamed, or hang on, let's see what up. Oops. I don't recall having to do any of that. I do remember having to get this ROM key. Do I just need to rename? Ah. Just trying to remember if I've got another installation that has all this on it. I don't have to just rename that with a DB, do I? So this image here, I've got this one. See, I don't have... See, this is... I was a little bit confused with the Zeb's image, to be honest. This is part of it, right? It seems to me to be... I didn't have this issue last time. I didn't have this issue at all. I don't recall having to do this. All I recall is having to just copy these files in here, and the only thing I was missing was the rom.key. I grabbed that and it worked. do you think? Yeah. Okay. Oh, that would make sense. So I don't even know if it's in here, right? Kickstarts. Yeah, so this Kickstarts folder is empty. I know I could be pissing into the wind here, but now it's looking for yeah. Okay. Worth a shot. Ah, yes, 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 yes. I do remember this now. Okay. I've only done it this way before once. Previous, I don't recall ever having to deal with the S-kick. Not sure why. What is it? S-kick. S-kick. 346.LHA. Ah, yep. RAM. Ah, look at that. Thank you. Nice to have a wingman sometimes. Or someone who knows what they're doing. Yeah. Okay, so if I go to RAM disk, and it should all be in here, right? Kickstarts. All of this, basically. Just copy the whole damn lot, I guess. Or is it copied more stuff out than... Do I have this in my notes? No, I don't. I did watch a video on this though. I guess I just grab all this, everything that's in this Kickstarts folder. Might need more than just that though, eh? Thank you. Is that the... now I need to explicitly, because the devs will be the devs in the left folder, not this system here. I guess I can just use system, right? System colon devs. Slash kickstarts. Did that do it? Yep, that did it. Cool. Thank you. Ports of call. Where's the print screen on this bloody modern keyboard? There we go. All right. So all I have to do now is just copy across the games that I want, my favourite games. Oh, I've got a little list here somewhere. Not necessarily just my favourite games, but games that are worth trying. I think I have to crash this out because it's a print screen to... I've never seen... I saw you playing it. Was there something to do with... did you... Is it something to do with the that crate or something that falls down if you click something in the PC version? I kind of missed it. I did hear it, but I didn't see it. I'll just have to quickly reset this computer. Well, that's handy to know. I need to sort this out at some stage. That S-kick, yeah, I must remember that. S-kick. So, the games that I want to copy. I'm just going to put them in the root of the games because I don't want heaps and heaps of them. Adam's Family. Okay. mean, I know some of these are great games, Alien Breed and whatnot, but I'm really just after stuff that I know and I know how to play. I'll play it on the real computer. Another world, that's worth having a look at, eh? Hold that thought, guys, because I'll come back to that. Arkanoid, always fun. Arkanoid, Revenge of Dol. A-Train apparently is pretty good, not sure. Okay. Now, demos, here we go. So, what was it? State of the art. I mean, that goes without saying, eh? This is where directory Opus comes in bloody handy. Yeah. Yeah, it's an amazing, just huge community, eh? State of the art, there we go. Hardwired. Request from Ento. What was that other one you were referring to there? I'll just grab it. Nine Fingers. Nine Fingers. Nine Fingers. I'm not familiar with that one. Hardwired. Hardwired. There we go. Jesus on ease. Hologon. Hologon 512 and just Hologon. That's good. I want to flex that accelerator, eh? Yep. So this Gallagher, I actually want deluxe Gallagher. be in the D's, I guess. But Gods is what I came in here for. Gods 1 meg. Are they two different versions? Huh. Must have a look at that. Take both. Gods and Gods 1 meg. Demos time. Yep. I can come back and grab all these other goodies. I'll be using Directory Opus to do it because this is painful. All right. Let's see if it works, in the real deal. Rick Dangerous, that looks pretty hard. Yeah, I'll add that to my list. You want to get 8 back out? What's 8? Is it, have you got an Amiga? I know you've got an Amiga, you've got a 1200. Oh, gotcha. I need my headphones for this. I don't want to wake the missus up. Oh, the other thing I want to do is I want to get the Hippo player going, but not sure I'll do that tonight. She'll be in bed working tomorrow. She'll be snuggled up with Alice. stereoscopic. Lots of movement. With the CRT strobing nicely. Isn't it funny how fashions come full circle, or is this modern? How old's this demo? Oh, okay, 91. Just looking at her jeans and, you know, her check top looks pretty similar to what you see down the street these days. Yeah, I noticed that. Oh yeah, there's the date there, 91, this one. Ooh, looks a lot nicer on the CRT. Right. Yeah, there's a little bit cut off the bottom of that LCD screen there. Yeah, to slow down a little bit there. Is that intentional, or is that this, you know, the computer struggling? Retrace toilet. Ah, okay. Yeah. So would this run any differently on, you know, like an Amiga 500, just on stock 68,000? I guess some of these demos do take advantage of, you know, fast CPUs, things like that. See it choking a little bit there, couldn't you? Or is that just the effect? Having trouble focusing on that, isn't it? Yeah. Cool. Cool, cool. Yeah. Bizarre packaging. Oh. Exception. Line 1010 emulator. Oh shit. Here we go. It crashed for some reason. Yeah, it didn't like that at all, did it? Not sure what's going on there. Here's Jesus on ease. Okay. This machine's only got 1 meg chip. Hi, yeah.
Keep your hype up. This is the ultimate, I can't go for it.
This would have been pretty mind-blowing for you to see when you were 5, Cassie. Yeah. I'm just removing my headphones so I don't shout. So I guess Abby was a big influence, right? I take it she was into Amigas, from, would it have been from word go? When, I mean, I'm not sure what sort of history she's had with computers, but did she start with Amiga, or, was it a bit of both PC and Amiga? And, why did she get into Amiga? That's the other question. I guess other people had them and she saw them and got into them. Is that?
Here we go.
As we did. And she did some arm twisting, yeah. Rolf Harris. Yeah. That's pretty much how I got into the Amiga. Was my cousin had a 500, and at the time I was using the Dick Smith Wizard.
G'day, Rolf here. I'm afraid the two little boys aren't home at the moment, but if you'd like to leave a brief message and your telephone, they will get back to you as soon as possible.
Dodged a bullet there. I mean, that'd be a good computer in a different way, right? Productivity, etc. Yeah, good on her. Good on her. So you can imagine, I had my Dick Smith Wizard. Before that I had a Spectrum, and then the ZX81, and then bam, was this. My cousin, I was just blown away by the games. But what I remember is walking down Colombo Street, Christchurch, and there was an Amiga in the window of a computer shop, and it was displaying photorealistic, photograph images on the screen, and it just blew me away. It's like, wow, the computer's generated that image, just blew me away. And of course, seeing my cousin play bloody Gods and a whole heap of other games, like, yep, gotta have one, just went and bought one. Yeah. Yep. It would have been ham mode, which is like, oh my god. Just amazing. Yeah. Trying to think of the timing of the dates with that. Would have been the 90, a bit later in the 90s, was it? yeah, it took me until my 40s to get a 1200. To be honest, I didn't even know they existed. I was so out of touch with the Amiga. You know, I knew about the 500, I knew about the 600, I'd seen both. It wasn't until I think I got that CD32, and that would have been the first time I'd ever seen a 1200. Don't even know if I was aware of them at that stage, but I knew I had to have it. Yeah. I lost touch with the Amiga. Excuse me. When I had to sell my 500. I can't say it was a reluctant sale. I needed to sell it to buy a 486 for business. Business and pleasure. Yep. Unfortunately, the Amiga didn't have any decent DOS or accounting packages. Back in the day, I was running a business, and of course, I needed New Zealand GST and all that. So I bought New Zealand Home and Office, which was a DOS accounting package for my 486. But yeah, sold the Amiga to get it, and then I just lost touch with the Amiga completely. I don't think I even knew about the 2000s. I didn't know about the 3000s, didn't know about the 4000s, didn't know about 1200. Until maybe 10 years ago. Yeah. Oh, it's a great computer. See you, Into. Thanks for coming along. Yep, I'll probably pack it in soon. This has been good though. I've got this computer to a point where, obviously I can run WHDLoad games. I'd like to get that Hippo player running so I can run, play some mods and stuff.
Give me a white line! Give me a white line! Give me a white line! Give me a white line!
Next cab off the rank will be potentially my 2500. I'd like to restore back to its original configuration with the WHDLoad processor. Accelerator card, the 020, and I think they came with a SCSI controller as well. Is it the A2091? I think I would like to restore that, but the board in it she's no good. The CPU socket definitely needs replacing. I've done that on quite a few of these Amigas, where the battery has kind of infested the CPU socket. CPU. Yeah, 2091, A2091. This computer that I'm using right now, just out of interest, the original well, when I say the original configuration, what it came with when I picked it up, yep, this machine had an A2091 with a ProDrive Quantum. It had an 8-up, I think it's an 8 meg RAM card dip version, 1 floppy, Kickstart 37.175, which is what's in the now, it's version 2. Workbench 2.1. Workbench 2.1 is what this originally had on it. Actually, I think he offered me one. I can't remember if he said it was faulty or not, but yeah, I was sort of going to do a little bit of a stock take really on, because I've still got all this gear. I haven't sold any of it. So that A2091 will be around somewhere. Might be one of those computers up there maybe, I'm not sure, but I've got one of those at least. This board had CPU socket replaced. It also had one of the CIA chips sockets was faulty, or maybe even the CIA chip was faulty. Yeah, it does go forever. Yeah, but it goes pretty well. So what I could do is, once I copy all these drives, all these games over that I want on this machine, is then re-back it up to an image, so I've got that backed up. It's not that much work to do this, though, is it, really, to rebuild a system like this? Okay. Like that, flat line. Oh no. Yeah, so the Hippo player is the next one to work on. It's not as easy as double clicking an install file, unfortunately, on that one. Got to copy folders, contents into appropriate locations. Oh yeah. I chose the Hippo player because it sounds like it's got the best compatibility with different file formats. judging by some dude I watched on YouTube. Oh yeah, I did see he was using Google Play as well. It'd be quite nice to be able to do playlists and things like that. Yep, sounds like a plan. Good to see you. Thanks for calling in. I'll can that. Yeah, thanks for your help too. Pretty excited about this computer now. But yeah, might catch you tomorrow. And not sure if I'll do another stream or not. Might have a game. But yeah, probably catch you if you're doing a stream tomorrow night. Might catch you there, Cassie. See you, mate. Front button's a bit naked. That's going to make it difficult. Okay, that runs swell. God's Arkanoid. Oh, that's cool. Okay. A few games on there. All right. I'll call it there, guys. Thanks very much for calling along. And we'll catch up with you next time. Made some good progress here with this Amiga, so pretty happy with that. Okay, catch us later.